Alright. Why, hello everybody. Sorry for being a little behind. I don't know what it was. It's just going just barely slow. It takes a little bit more time for me to get the art streams pumping. Don't know why. Wake up a little bit earlier, maybe. But I had to stay up a little bit late last night because I was working on something. So, good morning everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary. Today, I don't know if we'll finish this, but we'll get this to a presentable state because I'm gonna need something by the end of the stream. So we're gonna be hopefully finishing this. We'll just be coloring it. I have a plan on how to do that, and by the end of it, we should have this be invisible. So I need to. Oh wait, I already have one. And I'm gonna do it different because. So welcome everybody. Hi Silos. Hi Kappa. Hi. I saw somebody creeper. Hi creepy creeper cat. Welcome. There was somebody asked an interesting question that was confusing at first until I think it was just a typo. So if you're wondering who Veronica is, I want to say about 3 years ago now, at the job I was working, I had a friend who, on my birthday, she was a friend that worked there with me. She got me a cake for my birthday. And I was like, oh, that's really nice. It was like a big surprise. She surprised us with a cake. And I looked at the cake, and it said, Happy Birthday Veronica on it. And ever since, we've been obsessed with that. That my birthday cake had the wrong name on it. It was the funniest. I could not. I laughed so hard. I was like, and she did not know who Veronica was. She does not to this day know who Veronica was. She asked for my name on the cake, and she got a cake labeled Happy Birthday Veronica. And it's great, and I love it. She probably got the wrong cake, which means some poor kid was like, my birthday's ruined. It said Happy Birthday Isaac. Or it said Happy Birthday Shithead. That would be even funny. Dude, that would be even funnier if, like, it said something stupid on it intentionally, and she got the wrong cake, and some kid, some poor, like, 8-year-old kid got the wrong cake, and it just said, Happy Birthday, dipshit. But whatever. It's still funny, man. That shit had me fucking crying. So that's why I have that now, and then at one point I just put that on there as a reference where I would just blurt out Happy Birthday Veronica, but now it actually does something. Partly inspired by another streamer where they have like a point redeem that's just titled Love Me for a shit ton of points, and he'll just call out the person's name and say I love you. So my version of that is Happy Birthday Veronica, where I'll wish you and Veronica a happy birthday. Note, it does not need to be your birthday. Redeem the Happy Birthday Veronica. I will tell you it's happy birthday, and you don't have to tell me if it's your birthday. I'm gonna do it anyways. But if it is your birthday, then that's even better. But if it isn't your birthday, you can do whatever, you can ask for that whenever you want. It could be your birthday whenever you want. Or someone at the store is named Veronica, but she's a bit of a thicket. That would be amazing. That would be fantastic, Silos. If somebody misinterpreted. Somebody. I need to put in. What do I put on the cake? And they're like, well, you dipshit, it's happy birthday, Veronica. And they went, oh. And they put happy birthday, Veronica. That would be pretty funny, too. We're gonna start off. Have an idea. We're gonna do vector art, and the reason why is trying something. Always dangerous with it. Always dangerous whenever I try things. I'm gonna try out this vector art. I haven't used it much. I don't know what options it has. Let me see what brushes it has. Because I don't know what the difference between the vector and the pixel is. I know the pixel and the the pixel and the paint interact with each other. They like interact, but the vector doesn't. The vector specifically limits itself to it limits itself to its own layer. Like, you can't even interact with the other layers. It's its own thing. So I don't know why. So we're gonna try drawing pen, mapping pen, G pen. What's the G pen? What's the G? See, I think vectoring is probably better for lines, maybe. We'll see.
It's finished.
Thank you, Kappa. But it's not original because it's actually just a reference to Jinro Wolf Brigade. I just drew my Helldiver over it. This is actually for a video. If you were here last time, which I might do something similar this time. Guys, video's done. You want to see the video? You gotta stick around to the very end. Yeah, I'll do that. I previewed what I was working on last time, which was a video for Helldivers, and this picture is actually supposed to be the thumbnail for that video, or will become the thumbnail for that video. Silos, don't say that, you'll make me sad. But it'll be the thumbnail for that video. And I think I will do this way. Capes can never not be cool. I mean, I like they're a specific kind of things. There's specific kinds of things that I particularly like to draw that I think most people don't like to draw. I like to draw capes, I like to draw hair, and I like to draw hands. Apparently I'm a psychopath for liking to draw hands, because anytime hands get brought up for every other artist, they're like, why hands be this way? And I'm like, I don't know, man, I just like drawing them, though. I like drawing them. Partly because they're weird. Ooh, this is an interesting brush. Let's see. That's the thing, is like, I feel like with stuff like that, it just comes down to practice. A little bit, at least. I mean, everything comes down to practice to a certain extent. But the goal with this is I'm trying to do cell work more than anything. So this rough sketch is supposed to be the rough sketch. It should be invisible by the time I'm finished with this. Ooh, I like this brush. This brush is weird. I like this brush, he says, as now I've suddenly run into a weird thing with it where it won't do what I want it to. I'm using a program called Fresco, which is Adobe finally just making an art program, Nobody makes art in any of Adobe's programs. Come on now. No, it's an actual drawing program, like from the ground up, made for idiots like me, is usually what I like to title it as. Not because I'd never used Photoshop, but it certainly is way more brain dead than Photoshop, and I like that about it. It just is very good at emulating drawing. It's just a drawing program instead of what Photoshop is. Photoshop is not really a drawing program. It can be used for drawing. Illustrator can be used for drawing, but it's not a drawing program. Well, I'm sorry. I pay this money to Adobe, I might as well get my value out of it. I'm sorry. Okrita probably is the better of the two. Okay, maybe I don't like this brush. The more I'm using this brush, the more I'm like, okay, that's weird. Yeah. I'm not good enough to use that brush. That brush is too good for me. Talking behind my back. MS Paint or Paint 3D, that's fine. Bro, MS Paint is great. Like, I used to and still have like pieces of art that I made in MS Paint. One of my favorite pieces of art I actually made in MS Paint a long time ago. Oh, that's weird. I've never used this vector brush before. It does weird things. Dude, this is more of the digital side. Like, this is... Fresco is really nice, and that Fresco can... Fresco can do kind of like both sides of digital art and physical art. It really wants to emulate physical art very, very well. A lot of its brushes feel like real brushes. Its watercolor brush is really good. I'll probably use the watercolor brush on the planet as background, but this I want it to be like a vector. I haven't really used this brush before.
We only serve paying customers, so you'll have to order more than water. If you're broke, go somewhere else.
50 dumplings. Is it a deal?
Huh?
You feed me, and I'll take care of those guys for you.
Huh. There's a feature in this that I don't think I quite understand yet, where it like wants to track width. It's interesting. It's up there. Just straight up look that up on YouTube and you'll find it. That was actually a reference to Samurai Champloo. If you have not seen Samurai Champloo, it's quite good. My opinion of Samurai Champloo is it is very good. It is not my favorite, but it is very, very good. Highly recommend. It's about. I was about to say it's about, and then it took me 1 second. I was like, no, I have a better way to say this. It's Cowboy Bebop for samurais. It's the same guy too. It's Mr. Watanabe. So Mr. Watanabe also. I forgot this. I felt like a dummy because we were watching this recently. Mr. Watanabe also did this movie. He also co-produced, or yeah, he was an executive producer on Jinro. And Jinro is very good. Everyone should go watch it. Do not take my dumb video as a sales pitch for Jinro by itself. My dumb video is not what Jinro is about. Jinro is about something very different. It's very good, but it's not that. I love that movie. Years. but it's about something very different and very serious. Very good. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Mr. Watanabe does good work. About the only thing I haven't really been jazzed about with Mr. Watanabe is I tried Carol and Tuesday, and I just thought it was kind of underwhelming. I was like, this is exceedingly decent, which is a shame, because otherwise Mr. Watanabe does fantastic work. I haven't seen Space Dandy. I've been meaning to. I feel like I would really enjoy a Space Dandy, especially now that I've matured a lot more, to just be able to like good, entertaining media and not be pretentious all the time. Some of the time. Just some portion of the time. The oil paint on Paint 3D is just so weird. Oh, I can imagine. But Samurai Champloo is very, very good. Highly recommend it. This program has actually a very fascinating and really good, it is really good, a really, really good watercolor. I just don't have very much experience with watercolor. And today we're actually trying something different. I've never used this tool before. Like I said, I'm trying something that in concept I hope works. I'm using the vector, but I don't know if I'm using it correctly. I feel like it could go. That's the thing about like art and drawing programs like this is I say I don't know if I'm using it correctly, when in reality there's no correct way to use any of this stuff. The correct way to use anything is if you get if it makes something. That's correct. You're using a program correct if you made something. There's no correct way to make something. If something came out, then you used it correctly, regardless of what anyone could say. Yeah, no, even though I found a process that I really like, it still heavily weighs on the digital aspect of this, not the watercolor aspect. I am just like, that's blood magic. You're committing blood magic, whatever you're doing. I don't know how you're doing it. I appreciate it, because I can't. Not with physical watercolor. And I would actually argue that physical medium was my first medium for a long, long time. And this is my attempt to try to break into digital medium. It's been going pretty well, actually, I would say. Like, and that's not to say that I haven't been in digital medium for a while as well. I have been. Found a... Oh, that's the eyedropper. I found a shortcut for this, and I don't remember what it was. Control, comma. Only thing I don't like about this is that weird paint inside on? No! That's a good feature. That's a really nice feature, if I can get it to work. If I understand how it works, there we go. Oh, that's so nice. Kind of. It worked for a second for exactly what I wanted it to. I was like, oh, that's good. That's quite nice, actually. But yeah, I think I'm learning how to use this vector. I've never used this before. Here's one. Okay. Alright, I gotta be very conservative in some ways. This will be interesting. I need to find my second color. Oh. Still kind of weird. Oh, I'm still on velocity taper. I thought I switched off that. Interesting. Something more precise. Like, I could see that being useful over time, but I'm not that good yet. It's just a mess when you try to paint. It definitely takes practice. One of my friends actually got more into painting, which really, really helped me a lot, actually. I really appreciate that of her. It's Crow. I'm gonna go check out Crowcast. She's been working on a project, which is why she hasn't been streaming in a while. James has told me. James, her husband, my best friends. He will probably be here Thursday. James has let me know that I was like, you know, I'm seriously, is there any projects that maybe pick up? And I really need to reach out to her too and see how she's doing, but she's been working on a lot. I know that she's working on a project for a Pokemon thing. She really, really likes Pokemon. She does fantastic Pokemon art every year for her birthday, which is actually less than a week from my birthday. That was not supposed to sound accusatory. I love that. I'm sorry. I prostrate myself. I'm not very good at that. No, her birthday's really close to mine, and every year she gets me and a bunch of friends together, and we just do artwork. We do artwork for her birthday, and usually it is Pokemon art. It's usually Pokemon art. And her stuff is always really good. So go check her out. She's very good. She's better at art than me. She is really good, though. Deserves it. Deserves it, and she deserves the praise. Thing is this has like a V down here, and it's mainly straight up. The weird thing about this brush, and maybe I'll just go back to the round, that it keeps on tapering in a weird way. I don't know if that's because of this or not. I'm still getting used to this vector, because, like, it wants to do weird stuff, is the thing. My birthday? You missed it, February 9th, which is fine. Yeah, missed it. I'm just trying these out to see if there's one particular one that I like. I'm not really a big fan. I really want that taper. Flat would probably just be... That's not bad, actually. I like that. Use vector brushes to create graphics in Fresco that resemble hand-drawn paintings and artwork that can scale indefinitely without losing fidelity. You can even export artwork from Fresco to Illustrator and take advantage of the improved vector editing capabilities in Illustrator to make your design stand out. Okay. Okay. And I'm only using it kind of wrong, because that is kind of what I want to use it for. I'm drawing in math. No wonder why I hate it. No, I don't even hate math. I used to hate math, but I don't hate math anymore. I used to hate math a lot more. No more. No more. Yeah. Which is why it's probably acting weird. That makes sense. That makes sense to why it's also acting weird. I'm gonna treat this as chisel work then. Chip at it, chip at it, chip at it. Which might be good for this, because the thing is this has a lot more flat shapes. I have to really work it in, I think. Funny is this has yeah, I'm starting to get into this vector brush now. You hate doing math classes, but you like math. They don't even speak. Oh, that's concerning. I would hope so. Change the rotation of that. That was 45. I need this. Hey, you'll make it. We all survive school, mostly, I would say. School is weird. I certainly don't miss it, but I certainly also... The only thing that I probably regret from school is thinking that it was... As it sometimes feels like it treats itself. It really isn't. Which is okay, that's not like a complaint either. School is not as big a deal as it wants you to think it is. But you should still, like, obviously take it serious. Just don't worry about whether or not it'll ruin your life or not, because in reality it really doesn't. At it? Give up. What's funny is I was really hoping that this vector art would make some elements of this easier, and it has arguably made some elements of this a lot harder than I expected it to be. I was just like, oh no, the vector will be easy because I'll just be working in mats. Hoping it would be, but it wasn't. That's fine. Still is weird. Vector art is very odd. Is I want to be able to now, so I want to trace this. Virtually there. Actually, I'm good. Now, if I do this, will this work? How does this work? It kind of works. See what it's trying to do. If only I knew exactly how to take it. I feel like that could save me so much time. I feel like it could save me a lot of time if I knew how to take advantage of that, but I don't. Am I a chess guy? I was when I was a kid. I feel like I really liked chess when I was a kid in a certain sense. I'm not gonna say I was a chess kid in that I was good at it. I was not necessarily very good at it. But I did like it more when I was a kid. Like, I played chess decently amount. I haven't played chess in a long time. Definitely want it to be contrasting. Have that matte. Oh yeah, they go pretty dark. Okay, that's good information. Good intel. I haven't thought about chess in a long time either, actually. Not for any reason either, I just hadn't thought about chess. Don't think about chess very much. That's working much better. Have to work in those lines. There's a lot of kids that are insane at chess. Yeah, no, I could imagine. Wasn't there that Russian kid that, like, beat the, like, nationals or some shit, and everybody lost their mind about it? It was years ago, obviously, like, probably a decade. Probably, like, 30 years old now, and it's like, my life was chess! Having an existential... Man, I couldn't think of a worse existential crisis than chess. And buddy, I have a lot of existential crises. I have a lot of video games I want to make about existential crises. Ah shit, my Timorisms are showing. May or may not have been rewatching a Tim Rogers video before this recently, because I just kind of do that sometimes with certain creators, especially if they have long form media like that. I'm just like, I'll just put you on in the background because I like listening to you. It helps to keep me focused and inspired. Tim Rogers is great. Everybody should go check him out. I've been rewatching some Action Button recently. What else? I mean, really, I've just been watching DS9 for the first time, which is quite good. Highly recommend that. Yagi's Khan is a 12-year-old, and he is the 4th youngest Grandmaster. Jesus. Who was the youngest? What was he, like... What is he, like 3? The baby savant chess child. The chess child. Everyone fears the chess child. How red is this? Red enough is the question.
Is not a part of the body. In the sense that a distributor is part of an automobile engine.
Youngest GM is also a 12-year-old. Mm-hmm. Beat him by like 10 days. I bet he's like, you know, born a week after him. He's like, I should be there's just like 3 kids that are 4 days apart, and I'm like, I'm the youngest, damn it. You're just younger because you were born 4 days after me. Abimayu Mishara. I think they're also, yeah, they're all like Russian too. Russian kids like chess, man. I don't know what it is. It has to do with all the royal uprising throwings. It's in their blood. Back over it with that. Doing this a lot, aren't I? I'm almost like doing spray painting the way that I'm kind of like approaching this. Because that's kind of what you do with spray painting, is you like do that, and then you might take another one. In this case, I'm erasing, which we really can't do with spray painting. That's not how spray painting works. But, like going back, and rounding that off, best as I can. Go back. Here. This is where I've gotten with my art, especially like this kind of thing, is I really want clean graphic. This is something that I have to get used to almost. Clean graphics is something I aspire for, but not necessarily something that I'm actually very familiar with, very interestingly. Yabi Mayu is Indian and Yugiz is Turkish. Gotcha. Well, I don't even know who that Russian kid was. Forget him, I guess. No one. No one of any importance anymore. He's not 12 anymore, and You're only 12 as a savant once in your life. I'm not trying to add too many details. Actually, I'm trying to really kind of hammer down on the aesthetic and keep it. I want to keep it stylized, and I really want to make it clear that like this is very directly inspired by that kind of like aesthetic of that clean graphic aesthetic of anime. Animation, stuff like that. So I'm really trying to be like, nope, this is all gonna be cell work. The subject is gonna be cell work, and the planet is gonna be painted. So the goal is, at least by today, have the cell work finished for the main subject, and if the planet, and have at least like a like damage control here for a second. At least have like this background not be pure white because it's blinding. It's just too bright. So I need to have something else in the background. So I'm probably gonna make it like I'm gonna make it a red. I think I'm gonna make it kind of a hazy red, and that's kind of because that planet has that weird like hazy red effect sometimes. So we're gonna go with that. Boop. With vector, why not? A bit more saturation. Yeah, more like that. So, what it should look like now, this on. Yeah. We'll have the color on it. Ooh, that'll pop. Ooh, that already looks really good. Do I just want to leave the red on while I work on it is the real question. So, what I really need to focus on is, I've spent a lot of time on that. I need to focus on the vector work. So I need to get my mats down, is really what I need to do. Spent a lot of time on the head to kind of familiarize myself with it. It's not Hellmeyer, it's Vernon Wells. Oh my god, I don't know if I talked about this last time, but when I was looking up, so the video takes place on Vernon Wells, and I was like, okay, I need a reference because I just want to be able to know if I can look up a reference for Vernon Wells, so that way when I get to the planet, which is in the background, I'm gonna be able to paint the planet. So I look up Vernon Wells, and you know, I'm typing, and Google automatically completes Vernon Wells. I'm like, oh, that's nice. Except they spelled it differently, and I didn't realize. And I got the actor Vernon Wells, famously for acting in the movie Commando. And I went, that's great. I fucking love that. I hope he knows that he's immortalized as the name of a planet in a fictional video game that's a dumb 80s action movie in a lot of ways. So, no, it's Vernon Wells. Which kind of makes sense for the color palette too. It's a lot of grays and red. It's complemented with red. God, when I found that though, that cracked me up. I was like, God damn it. God damn. Of course these guys would name an entire planet. Like, I knew that a lot of the planets were references. I was not surprised that the name of the planet was a reference. I just didn't know. I just didn't know how much they were references. No such thing as true white in the world. Also, unrelated to anything, and this actually is kind of more of a thank you to everyone who's watching. Like, really, I feel like recently something has been said recently that made me go, if this is something you're concerned about, you actually have the power to make a difference here. But the fact that genuinely, you know, I've had more people joining. Actually, Kappa, you mentioned the other day that you're like, you wish the stream was bigger, and you know what? That means I'm doing something right. It means I'm doing something correct enough that people are wanting to not just... My goal with this channel is ultimately, I am a variety streamer, as a fact, but I'm not variety streamer in so much that I'm just... It has never been about, like, just kind of whatever, well, partly is whatever pleases my fancy, but in reality it's a lot of just trying to make this more about the kind of, like, let's play-y things of, like, hey, let's just check something out and then maybe have discussions about the game, if it's a game that I particularly like, or just be able to, like, experience something, be able to get a kind of first-hand experience with somebody who either is playing something for the first time or experiencing it for the first time with an open judgment, or being able to see somebody, like, pick up on something fairly quickly. Like, it's a lot of documentation work, and ultimately, one of the struggles with Twitch that I always hear people complain about is it is very difficult to actually build an audience, especially as a variety streamer, because people will join to watch just one subject. And they will either stop watching as soon as you stop streaming that subject, or won't watch you unless you stream that subject that they're interested in. Which I'm sure is always an element. Like, there's stuff that I've been like, yeah, I don't know if I'm interested in that. I'll just wait until next time. But ideally, and I do try to, like, even fight that thought, because ideally what I would want is, you know, people to be interested in whatever I am wanting to investigate. It's very investigative and about, like, the experience of engaging with something, and not just, hey, now we're gonna play, you know, this game or that game. Like, it's very much I want to bring you guys to experience the things that I'm interested in also. Like, it's a shared experience. And it is nice knowing that whilst I'll always probably run into that of people who are hyper fans of any one given thing, that I am actually growing an audience of people who also are just like, what's he doing today? Which is really what the channel is about, is what's he doing today? I want to know what he's doing today. And I'm glad that people find that interesting, I guess. And I'm glad that that is actually actively growing now. I've, like, kind of went back and forth to, like, oh, this is the mission statement, this is the mission statement, this is the mission statement. The thesis, I think, at this point of the channel is adventure. We're going on an adventure. We're going to do something. And I want you guys to join me, because I want to hope that I can make that something interesting and fun. Maybe stupid, maybe fascinating, maybe educational, maybe offensive in some cases. But no, it's always been about, like, getting people to engage with something that I'm interested in. And the fact that, you know, it isn't just like, oh, I have just the art crowd, oh, I just have just the game crowd, or just specific games crowd. I don't just have the tech divers audience. Like, it really is much more about the investigative part for me, and I'm glad I can do that. I feel like I very intently stream things. Like, I don't, and not as random as you would expect. Usually there's at least some rhythm to my rhyme. There's some rhythm to my rhyme. Like, it's usually with some intent to an explorative nature. Now, I will admit, there are just straight up games that I'm like, and also I could play this game until the bones fall off my body. That's always going to be a thing. Monster Hunter, Hunt Showdown, Helldivers at this point is one of those. And like, yeah, I'm trying to play a little bit of the, I want a couple games that I can kind of do that with, that I can help build another core audience of people who just kind of want to see me do that. But I hope a part of that core audience also is here to stay for the more weird and abstract things that I want to explore. Because I do, and I want to share that exploration with people. And I'm glad people want to share that exploration. It's good. They do. And that's not, I'm not complaining about that. Absolutely not complaining about that. That's why I really appreciate when people actually are like, nah, let's just see what the heck is Canary doing today? What is that crazy boy Isaac up to today? Oh, he's playing an obscure flight simulator from Japan that didn't release to the States, that is maybe one of the most underappreciated science fiction cyberpunk pieces in media. Nobody knows about it. That's the kind of stuff I want to be known for, too. I want to be known for the stupid things I do in games, like Monster Hunter and Helldivers and Hunt, and the fascinating things I explore in games like Ace Combat 3, Tokimeki Memorial, Hades, Hades 2. There's a lot of games that I could do that with. Like, literally any narrative-driven game. The narrative game side of the channel is about exploring the narratives as genuinely as possible and just having fun with them. And Nier Automata, and Nier Gestalt, and Nier Replicant. Like, half the time I want dumb stuff, half the time I want interesting stuff, and the other half the time, because I did my math bad, is also my creative side, where I'm making things. Like, I feel very versatile in that. I feel like a lot of people even don't realize, or at least when people think variety streamer, I think they mostly think of just a guy who does a bunch of different games. Whereas I try to really embody the idea that it's variety not because I just play a bunch of different games, but variety because I'm interested in a lot of different things. And I want to explore them, not just share them. Trust me. I already am like, you know what? I know what should replace Animal Well, because I don't know, I might do at least a little bit of Animal Well, see if I can do a little bit of cleanup, but I don't think I'm gonna do too much more of Animal Well, just because the secrets have now gotten so granular that I'm like, I could probably spend way more time in this, but I think I've got everything that I want out of it for a full playthrough. It's again, exploring without being overly invasive, because there's just too many. But still thorough. I want to be thorough on this channel. That thorough is a big part of it. I'm a little inspired by a lot of... Ooh. I could do an Animal Well piece next, actually. Like, I might do that next. Here's one thing that I was, like, kind of flip-flopping on. Gartic Phone is good. It's very good. It's a very good stream for me. It's very fun. I enjoy doing it. I want to do it more. I was very much on the fence of, like, I like my art stream. I want to keep my art stream. Might try to squeeze in another Gartic Phone sometime during the week if it kept on growing, just for to be able to get that, to actually start getting those, the growth there, to see if I could bring it to other things. But if people want to see me continue to do art streams, which I want to do, that's the other thing, is I still want to do them more than just more Gartic Phone streams. Yeah, I could do I could do an Animal Well after this piece is finished, because I loved Animal Well. I would love to do, like, I would love to focus a lot of my fan art side on anything that I'm either actively playing or engaging with, like on a textural level, like like this, like the fact that, you know, I made that video and I'm really into Helldivers right now, so I want to make some art that kind of exemplifies my appreciation of the game through my self-expression that the game provides. Even like, this is my this design is actually based on the armor that I really use the most in the game, or that I used in the video, and is one of my favorite like armor sets aesthetically. Animal well. No, well, no. Well, not all the. Oh God, hydrate man. Oh God, hydrate man. Oh, I forgot to talk to you. Oh, hydrate man. I'm sorry. Oh, I know. I said I was gonna talk to you about your hours. I promise I'll do that. I promise I'll do that tonight. I'm sorry. You forgive me? I'm sorry. Okay, he's going. I think he forgives me. Or maybe he just wanted me to drink more water. Hydrate man, I'm sorry. I did, I forgot. I was like, last time I made a dumb joke about how I was like gonna talk to him, big quotes around that, about his hours, because I wanted to tweak how long he stayed on screen. He stays a little bit too long now. I need to tweak him down a little bit. But, see, that's another thing about my stream that I really try to make a point, that I've always been this way. I don't know why I've been this way, but I've always been this way, actually, is I can't just have something be mechanical. I can't. If I add a feature to anything, it has to have some weird quirk bullshit behind it. I don't know why. I took one programming class in college, and I had to make a program in, I just had to make a very simple program in Python, and I did. And even then, what I did is I made the program in Python and then could not help myself. I could not help myself. Oh no. Oh no, Creeper. Hydrate Man's my favorite. Everybody, that's my thing, is everybody very mechanical. Oh, just hydrate reminder. Just hydrate reminder. Me? I have a freaking awesome, terrifying, mute, he doesn't talk, man, come in and stare at me, filled with water, until I drink water. And in college, I made a very simple Python script where all it did was literally math. It did the most rudimentary math. It could add and subtract and maybe do multiplication division. I don't think it could do anything else, and yet I would contextualize it to sound like a butler who would ask you questions, and I don't know why my brain does that. I cannot just have something be mechanical. It has to have some dumb thing about it. I don't know why. This is a very personality driven, even though I've always been very personality driven, even though I wouldn't always describe myself as personality rich. That said, I feel like I've gotten much better. I'm much healthier. Not to get too bummer, I definitely grew up thinking I was an introvert because everybody treated me like I was an introvert, and everybody kept me at arm's length my entire life. And then I got to college and actually found people who wanted me to be around them, and then I learned I haven't been an introvert this entire time. People just didn't like me, and I never knew why. I've always been a goofball weirdo, and I've always been outspoken, and I've always been expressive. I just never had a good place to be able to do that, and never felt encouraged to do it, so I just assumed, I guess I just don't like people. I mean, I don't like people, but not for the reasons of because I'm an introvert. I've now learned that I'm very much not an introvert. I've never been an introvert. I was just a closeted extrovert. And see, that's part of the fun. That's part of the fun. I love Hydrate Man. He's so weird. I want this place to be weird so that way people will be like, oh, that was weird. And it's fun. That's weird is fun for me. Weird is fun, weird is good. Hydrate Man is probably one of my favorite features, along with Happy Birthday, Veronica, because it plays into a joke that I had once. Like, what the hell is Happy Birthday, Veronica? And now I have a story about that. And like, I have all sorts of anecdotes and stuff like that that are just like, now I should make a Jammer Man thing, like, reference, because I was jammed for the last 2 weeks by an actual other human being who was interrupting my internet signal and preventing me from streaming past 8:30 for 2 weeks the last 2 weeks. Who has that happen? Who encounters somebody who jams them in real life? And instead of like getting, I mean, it was frustrating, but instead of actually letting that be frustrating, I'd rather make a joke about that, because it's stupid. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. Life's ridiculous. My life is goddamn ridiculous, even when it's not ridiculous. It is still kind of ridiculous, and I try to remember that. And I try to embrace that. As much as I can. I really want to embody that so that way other people too hopefully feel that way. Listen, I'm like the comedian, except slightly less anarchist and pressed. I shouldn't have said those words. No, that's not what I mean, that's not what I mean. Go away. The comedian is not a good man. He's not a good person. He's a fascinating character. He's not a good man. You see, I'm just like the Joker, you know? Just like Junker. I'm just crazy. No, I'm not just crazy. Now this is coming out. So, this... Like I said, right now I'm just focusing on getting the whole mat down. We'll get the mat down, and then we'll go into details. I spent a lot of time on the helmet to try to like get, because I've never used this brush before. This is actually the first time I've extensively used the brush. I've kind of dabbled in it. I was like, I don't know how to feel about the vector brush, but I think for this is the exact time to use it because it's exactly what I need it for, which is I want to make it be I want it to be a graphic that reduces the amount of line art that I do, and if I do line art, it's going to be one stroke, and it's going to be just to outline. It's not going to be the sketchier stuff that I do. So I really want to focus on getting the vector down, and yeah, that's coming along quite nicely, actually. Like that. Do you know that one jelly art style? What? Jelly art. I'm gonna say no. No, you're good. Dude, I feel like I go into other people's chats and they're like, this guy definitely doesn't know English, and they are technically not wrong. The incredibly glossy art. I'm familiar with it. I'm not very practiced in it. Like I said, the focus on this is going to be very straightforward graphics. I don't think I'm going to get super detail-y with it because I want it to emulate a style that I want to be applicable in the future for me. So this is more of like a trial by fire by a certain extent to try to analyze and hone my ability to make a clean graphic style that I can utilize in the future that isn't overworked. Not to say that that I think I overwork my art if I let it and it takes too long. That's me. I'm not super big into that because I feel like I take too much time doing it. and the kind of work I actually want to do is more application focused with a strong sense of aesthetic. That's what I want to be able to do because I want to be able to adapt it to other pieces like animation and video games. And I think that there's a certain amount of me understanding that as much as I want to spend 500 hours on One Piece, I can't. I will go insane and not get anything done. But I'm familiar, and I know that being able to learn like glossier stuff like that will really help in being able to get more stylistic and rich graphics, and that the real goal is just being able to apply that in a way that it won't take me 500 hours to be able to achieve that. Because I always see that kind of stuff, and I'm like, for me, that will take 500 hours. It shouldn't take 500 hours. For me, I believe it'll take 500 hours. Is not a good thing. For me. And I think that's mainly just a lack of experience. If I can learn how to do it, that kind of thing where it won't take me 500 hours, then absolutely. The only but there is, I just gotta learn how. That's the only but. It's not me trying to make an excuse of, but I'll never do that. No. I'm just working off of what I can do now. I'm a very hands-on Z person. Like, that's how I learn best, is with hands-on stuff. Pretty procedural as well. If that makes sense. I don't know if this is sampling or just referencing, but this feels like a track from Nier Automata. Or actually, no, Nier Gestalt, actually. Guys, this is your friendly reminder. If you haven't played Nier Gestalt, you should. It's very good. Well, you should play Replicant. Replicant, you do not need to play Gestalt. Play Gestalt if you want to, if you liked Replicant and see where it came from. You do not need to play Gestalt, though. I still recommend it because it's got its own kind of... It's got its own kind of charm, but it is not the better experience. It absolutely isn't. But it definitely has its own charm. There's a certain amount of charm to Daddy Nier. I will never not love Daddy Nier, and that's because he is a moron. And I love him. And he's only a moron because technically the character he was rewritten over was a teenager, so he sounds like a real dad baby, and it's great. It's so fun. I've had this discussion with Sean, that there are just straight up moments that make way more sense when they're written for a teenager and not a 40-year-old dad. And it makes him sound just like the most lovable moron, and I love Daddy Nier for it, and I appreciate that Replicant also recognizes the existence of Daddy Nier. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Fun fact, hey Kappa, once again, if you stick around to the very end, this is not just a cool picture of a Helldiver I want to draw. This is intended for a thumbnail for a video. In fact, I'll do this now. Usually I do this at the end of every stream. But if you want to check out all of this, variety is my life. I don't have a choice. As much as people will claim variety streaming is not a good idea, that's not my fault. I live this way not by choice, but by necessity, because I can't help myself. I am everywhere. I have a bunch of platforms, including YouTube. And my YouTube, I am thinking of resurrecting a little bit, because for a long time, it's not that I never posted to it, I just posted to it as often as I was capable of, because my life was kind of in shambles a little bit, and I never had time to do as much work as I always wanted to. Which has changed recently, and I would really like to keep that way. Hint, hint, wink, wink, please, food is expensive. I'm lucky right now. I actually need to have this discussion at some point, but I might be able to have a little bit of a relax on things for a while, and I really appreciate that. And it actually gives me the opportunity to be able to focus on this the way that I do to make it something that can support me, instead of having to continue this awful game that I lived for much of my life, which was, I'm just gonna keep doing what I can on my own in the hopes that it will just blow up on its own, but continue to have like a second source of consistent income. I'm actually hoping that ideally the next few months, I can make this be that. And the reality is for once in my life, I have to say this as often as possible when it gets brought up into my mind, is you guys have to help with that. That's just a fact. People have to help with that. And if people can, if you do want to see this more, you want to see me more, I say it at the end of every stream, you guys make this stream possible. It allows me to expand the stream and take on more projects. I say that every single day because it's a fact. You want to see me expand the stream and take on more projects, you have to support the stream. And I'm finally willing to admit that as an honest fact, not as a panhandling grubby boy on the side of the street saying, please, pittance, sir. Like, no. I want to expand, and I want to do more things with my work. And if people want that, show it. Like, do that for the things that you want. If it's not me, do that for someone that you care about as an artist, as a creator, as anyone. Do that for them. They will appreciate you immensely if they value making things. So, as I do. So genuinely, this is actually a statement of, if you want to see your favorite people make things, you have to support them. You have to. Especially in the kind of awful world climate that we're in, where you're expected to just work for someone else at your expense. Like, if you want to make sure somebody doesn't have to do that, support them any way you can. Because God knows, if I could support every single creator I could, I would. But I also know that's not possible either. So if you at least know somebody, the person you want to see grow the most, help them. Genuinely. At least find, you can't do that for everyone, but if you know someone you want to do that for, don't think about it and do it. Like, it's not a matter of, like, free money or whatnot. Like, it's a matter of, like, just pure, honest wanting to help another person who is interested in their passions. Like, supporting someone else should be a matter of wanting it for support of another human being, of wanting to care about that human being too. So I mean, that's why I have 8,000 platforms that I post to, and 8,000 social media places that I post to as well. You just got to start growing, and you got to start networking. That's the other thing is I'm getting better at, is I actually need to, guys, spoilers for the channel, we might try to do at least a collab by the end of next month, or at least I'll try to get a collab prepared by the end of next month with another content creator utilizing Tokimeki Memorial. My intent with collabs should never to be to just pull on somebody else. My intent with my collabs is always going to be bringing in somebody who's more somebody with expertise on something that I want us to explore together. So I have someone in mind who loves Tokimeki Memorial, who I have spoken to, who would be good for that. And Sean has also supported that idea, so we'll see. I might have a collab every month, every couple months, if I could swing it, of the games that I want to talk about and explore and actually, like, you know, have a much more philosophical and academic discussion about, because as much as we're all about the funny ha-ha poop jokes and stuff here, I still care about games as a medium that should be explored academically and philosophically and creatively. So, but also there will still probably be dumb jokes, because I come from the era of video essays also still have dumb jokes. Yeah, and that's really the goal, is like, I want people here to be like, what weird fascinating trip are we gonna go on today? We're a little bit like the Magic School Bus, with a little bit more swearing and a little bit more existential crisis. And a little bit more swearing. Ultimately, everything should still come back to being fun. I have a pretty strong stance, philosophical stance on artistic media, that I do want to make serious artistic pieces at some point. I want to make a horror game. I want to make a space opera drama, and I want to make a military shooter of some kind about war and military politics. Those are serious topics, but they still should, all three of them, have some level of fun factor to them. Some kind of, you know, but also you can just enjoy this as somebody who wants to be in a tense survival situation beating up space mobs, or a game about punching dudes in the face, or a game about giant robots shooting at each other, because that's fun and cool. Fun and cool is always something that I want to directly incorporate into anything that I make, regardless of how serious it is, with the asterisk, but I do want to explore serious themes in anything that I make if it has a narrative. I want to approach that actually from a very honest standpoint of trying to adapt and learn from a mistake that I oftentimes see a lot of writers do that I try to personally avoid, which is like, oh, we want this to have like more serious bit, so we added just a serious bit. And that has always actually kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I think if you are going to add a serious thing, you need to very carefully implement it. You cannot just slap it on the side if you've already established that your game is just supposed to be fun and dumb. Or your show, or your animation, or whatever. If you want tonal contrast, you have to know how to implement your tonal contrast. I'm not saying I'm perfect for that, but I do think that any time that I have made a character, there has always been one side that is complete dumb goof ass, and another side of but real human personage behind them. I think every character can laugh, and every character can cry. And it is, for me, writing a character is about exploring that on a personal level, not on a objective level. It is what makes a person laugh and what makes a person cry. That is what matters to me when I'm writing a character of any kind. It is not the blunt fact that those things can happen to anyone. It is the, how does that person do that? Because everyone does it differently, and it characterizes them. And for me, that is how you pace that kind of tonal contrast. You need to make it make sense, the things that make them laugh and the things that make them cry. They can't just be slapped on a character and say, that's a character. That's not a character, that's just emotions. All you've done is make a person who can laugh and can cry. but it doesn't necessarily mean that it makes sense. And I would actually say the reason why I'm so confident in that is I've done it. I've done it several times in tabletop, and I'm really proud, always like proud that I'm like consistent at it. I feel like I might actually ask my friends, like, was there ever a character that I've done that wasn't able to either accomplish that or was too tonally contrasting to actually be able to do that? For whatever reason, it's just something that I do whenever I make a character. It isn't like it isn't a directly conscious thing that I'm doing so much as it's just a thing I do when I make my characters. It's a thing that I just kind of naturally consider about the characters that I make. You know, and I would be curious what they would think of that, because, like, I would say regardless of the quality of my gameplay characters in any given game system that I make might vary in quality, I would say that I've always tried to make interesting characters. I've always tried to make characters that are at least stand out or contrasting in some way that is at least interesting and not just mechanically bad. Like, for example, arguably, what's funny is arguably one of my best D&D characters I probably have ever made, though granted it's also the D&D character I got to the highest level, so that probably helps too. The best D&D mechanical character I've ever played was a wizard dwarf. It was a wizard dwarf who used rock magic. He was great. And dwarves aren't necessarily very renowned for their magic. And I don't min-max. That's just something I never do. Or at least I try to avoid. Maybe I try to make something incredibly efficient or play to its strengths, but I don't necessarily min-max. Because I like things that have... Because I think that a good character is good not because you made his stats good, but because you were able to utilize them to their strengths in spite of their flaws. So... Gotcha. Next stream will actually be in a few hours. By design, the intent of the channel is, right now, the intent of the stream is a day stream from 10 to 3, and an evening stream several times a week from 7 to 11, I'm gonna say. What kind of stuff would be in an Animal Well art piece? I might start something later. What's to get motivated? Well, first off, it has to be, final medium definitely has to be watercolor. That art style is just watercolor. Look at the cover art of the game and tell me that isn't just watercolor. So you're definitely going to want to do it in a watercolor medium of some kind, or something that invokes the feeling of watercolor. And then after that, also, see you, Kappa. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. There you go. I'll be tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. And Monday. But Monday's already passed, so gotcha. Yeah. Always appreciated. But Animal Well, absolutely a watercolor aesthetic is what you would probably want to go for aesthetically. And then you could pick any of the animals, probably want it to focus on much more environment design, so you're gonna want more of a feeling of maybe a cavern environment with the main character in it, or a cavern with one of the animals. You could do Spooky Ghost Wolf. I mean, if you don't do Spooky Ghost Wolf, I'll do Spooky Ghost Wolf. Listen, if you don't want to do Spooky Ghost Wolf, I can do Spooky Ghost Wolf. Yeah. I have a deep-seated interest in creating things in a more... Anything I play on here is with the sole intent of a mixture of entertainment and philosophical study. And I say philosophical study because regardless if it is good or bad, it should in some way service me to be able to inform me on what I would want or not want to have in a video game. I am totally down with playing games that I do not think will be very good video games for the viewing portion of it. That said, I have an apology of if anybody likes that game, I'm sorry. I will not be kind to the game. I will make jokes about the game, but I do still think it is important to experience games that you don't games and things that you don't necessarily think are good, to give yourself a frame of reference of the kinds of things that you either would want to avoid, or sometimes even, in very rare cases that have happened, inform you of things you didn't know you would want. So, yeah. Definitely have examples of the latter. I just can't think of it off the top of my head right now. You know, got any water stuff? Your only options are colored pens on paper or a poorly made digital thing. You're probably going to be looking... I mean, the colored pens would be fine. I think that would still be fine. You could at least do some good... When I say watercolor, you at least want it to invoke that kind of, like, wet or very, like, flowy feel, which you could still get with a pen. You would just be doing a lot more outline work than you would be doing actual watercolor work. You also do the poorly made digital thing. That's perfectly fine. You just have to make a poorly made digital thing that invokes the feeling of watercolor, which is not as impossible as that is supposed to, is not intended to sound. You don't have fresco. If you have like GIMP or Paint or something, I'm sure you could either make or find a plugin for a tool or a brush that somebody has made, or just kind of like at least like embody that, like maybe you just do a like a very transparent or faded brush and do a lot of layers of like this of blues and pinks and purples. So that's what I would do if I had those limitations. And that's not supposed to be like, but I don't have those limitations. So I'm like, no, because I have had those limitations. My honest opinion is always be willing to limit yourself. Always be willing to work in the limitations of something, because you will learn more from limitations than you will from an endless bucket of potential. You also will actually finish things. That's the other thing. That is my hot take, is you don't finish things if you have an endless bucket of tools of a limitless capacity to make and work on something. You will never finish it. You have to limit yourself at some point, quite honestly, if you're actually ever gonna want to finish anything. You know? Ever want to see a piece of anything get done, then you have to actually be willing to cut yourself off sometimes. I had to do that with a video. I was like, oh, I could add this. Oh, I could add that. I like added one more thing that I was like, okay, I have to add that there. It just came to mind. I'll have to do it. But I had to be like, oh no, I'm at the end of this goddamn video and I thought it was like 3 more bits and I can't do this. I can't do this. I have to just end it. Because in my opinion, the worst thing that you can do that I try to avoid, that I still kind of do, is actually overwork something. You could overproduce, oversaturate something. And I still think I kind of do. In fact, I'm still like on the fence of whether or not the thing that I added, I'm like, did I really want does that really add what I want it to? Like, yeah, it's kind of a dumb bit, but does it actually detract? Like, does it distract from the actual thing that happens? Is it something that should be there? Should it not be there? But I think that's the kind of thing that I kind of came to the conclusion of, I should just leave it in there because it's weird enough that someone might see and be like, why do you do that? And thus, at least will have that kind of feeling of, you know, memorability of, if at least it wasn't memorable for how good it was at least memorable for the very weird choice I made. Which I think is something that anyone who's making anything should always remember, that if you're going to make a discrete decision in your creative work to do something, try to make the decision with the intent of, is this going to be memorable because it stands out, not because it is good? In the hopes that, and also it's good. But at the very least, make it memorable because the person went, that was weird. Which also harkens back to now the general design philosophy I have of make it fun or make it entertaining at the very least, you know. Those are my two things, is if I can't make it... If I always intend something to be fun or weird, or fun or entertaining, and at the very least, weird. Or at the very least, baffling. You know. I think that baffling is at least something that somebody can look at and be like, okay. And if I got you to go, okay, I still won, motherfucker. That means that I got stuck in your head. But I'm not even saying I'm always successful at doing that. That's just even my intent. Intent is always limited by other people, I think. Which even I recognize, which even I do myself. I'm sure a lot of people make things intending a certain thing or a certain kind of impression, and fail at it all the time. There are people who are way better at art than I am who probably do that fail at it all the time, because I just don't get it. And that's just kind of a reality of making something, and also just kind of the acceptance to understand that, well, at least I understand what I meant by making that kind of very specific choice. If somebody else got it, good. And if they didn't, oh well. As much as I'm all about the funny scream, what's funny is I always feel like these art streams turn into my philosophical meanderings of my last 30 years on this planet, 25 of which actually had any meaningful thoughts, and 11 of which had any meaningful, opinions. That said, if I'm gonna kind of vent something that happened recently that made me... It didn't leave a bad taste in my mouth so much as it was just a weird experience I had that I haven't had on the stream yet, is somebody, like, came in, they, like, kind of said a couple things. I don't remember how it got brought up, but they asked how old it was, and I was like, oh, I'm 30, 31. And then they said I was old, and I had that thought there that I was like, is this how my stepdad felt when I called him old when he was 50? Granted, I was way too old to be saying that about him. I'm just an idiot. So make fun of me for that. But it was kind of a weird moment, like a pause that I had to have of, am I too old for my audience? Am I too old for certain pieces of my audience? Is that a thing that can and does happen? Is my relevance really that tied to my age? I don't think so. I hope not. In fact, I would argue that that can't be the case if people like Tim Rogers exists, But also, Tim Rogers appeals to me, somebody who is only about a decade younger than he is. So yeah, am I too old? I hope not. Maybe I'm too old for the young folk, which might not even be a bad thing. I certainly am not necessarily trying to advertise myself to particularly young individuals. That is for certain. I do certainly want to believe that I can at least embody a particularly large cast and or audience. I am not looking to try to appeal to a specific age group, whether that be older or younger. However, if age matters to a specific portion of the audience population, that is not my audience, but the audience as a whole, because you are more of a nebulous thing than a thing that I own and am associated with. If a portion of the audience really cares about the age of the person that is making their thing, then I guess maybe I do not actually appeal to as many people as I kind of hope. That said, on the flip side, I kind of hope I don't appeal to children. I do not want to be associated with that. I cannot force children not to watch my thing. That said, fascinatingly enough, if I am weirdly too old for audience members because of the social implications and the content that I make, maybe it is a self-resolving issue. It's just a fascinating food for thought that I came to butt up against recently. It's just weird. Like I said, it didn't so much put a bad taste in my mouth as it was just a weird interaction I had. The impression that, oh, maybe they themselves believed that this was not an appropriate channel for them because it's just the individual wouldn't get things, or that they're too old sensibly timid, and I'm a young person, and young people don't care about old people. You're old. You played video games before they were all digital. Well, not all digital. They weren't analog either. That's a weird phenomenon I've never been able to quite parse, is the idea that a lot of our content is digitally founded, but it's always been digital. It's just been, it was digitally formatted on an analog, or it was digitally made and stored on an analog format, I think is what it was. And that is no longer the case. We are now completely digital with all of our media, which I think is a fascinating thing. Sort of shift in content manifestation that directly impacts all forms of media. Fascinating. I think that, and I think because of that, a lot of my interest in media as like a way to express oneself has evolved in very interesting ways. And that all of it is fascinating to me, regardless of any of it. The only one that I'm not directly fascinated to want to engage with is probably television, even though I grew up with television and do think it is a fascinating thing. It is also the thing that has aged the worst, probably, in my opinion. Concept of television is been kind of, what's funny is it's almost been debunked and evolved. There's a very good episode of Cowboy Bebop that discusses television through the lens of its medium, and I think it was only half true from a science fiction standpoint, that it wasn't so much that it couldn't predict the shift away from serialized television to serialized digital media through streaming applications. However, it definitely did still kind of understand the power of media over people's impressions and perceptions of reality. I think that's still a very real thing that people struggle with. I struggle with even at times. Sometimes media is just kind of there to be able to drown out other media and other things in the world, and that is a fascinating thing that I think a lot of people just kind of drown out with media. Do not think about it. Rightfully so. I don't think there is anything actually wrong with that. I think that is a consequence of media's adaptation to the digital format, not a inherently negative or bad consequence on the whole. Bad luck. Everyone remember, my 3 flavors are Funny Scream, media analysis, and philosophical rant. Those are my 3 flavors. If you don't like that, then I'm too old for you. If you don't like any of that, then I'm just too old for you. I'm sorry, I know that kind of funny scream is more of the younger audience appeal, but if you don't like the other 2, then yeah, I'm too old for you. Aged like a wonderful cheese, you know, like a blue cheese. Fermented. I will try to do some kind of glossy effect on these, on the visor and on these, plates, definitely. I'll just see if I can do it, like, in as few strokes as possible. Like I said, I don't want to overwork it. I definitely want this to be much more stylized. I have a mess of cords on my desk. Somebody out there would have a heart attack if they saw my setup. It's a mess. Your main issue with trying to make digital art is that the site I use has very few tools. Yeah, that sounds like that is a struggle. It is a struggle, depending on especially like the interest or ambitions of what you are wanting to make. That's why I still recommend, like, don't be discouraged by that. In my opinion, the best, like, the most impressive art is when you are working under some kind of limitation like that, because it means, like, haha, look at me. I had limited tools and I still made this. Look at me. But again, like, if you're needing more tools, that's totally understandable. I've run into the opposite side of that plenty of times as well. Frustrating. Wishing something would do the one thing you wanted to do. It's like, why don't you have this feature? You should. Why doesn't the paint bucket work for animation on Gartic phone, you dum-dums? You literally have it everywhere else. The only setting for the brushes now is how thick the line is, and the biggest size is only 4 pixels. Oh my god! Whoa! What are you using? I highly recommend if you want some replacements, Krita, like downloadable. Krita is fantastic. It is fantastic. I've used it before. It is quite good. Just try to get my money's worth out of Adobe. Otherwise, I would use Krita. But there's also GIMP, there's also Paint.net. Paint.net is okay. It's a good alternative. Yeah. Those are the only ones that come to mind for me, but... Remember, there's no such thing as true black and true white. I'll cover over it. I have to remember, part of the goal is just get the vector down. That I can go back over it. Just trying to get the mats down. I'm just trying to get my mats down. Or I'm using this vector style. I'm definitely getting into it. Oh no, don't do that. Make some very graphics, which is what I want. That's not the color I want. All about a steady. Install Linux and use GIMP or Krita. You're not wrong. I'm sorry, I just pay Adobe for all the stuff that I use. I pay Adobe a lot of money, okay? I might as well get my value out of it. And hey, I have to admit, like, specifically the fact that I do video editing, I do drawing, I do image editing, I do audio editing, I do, like, I get value out of it. I certainly do think I'm at least, like, one of the only human beings who gets almost complete value out of every single Adobe product. Almost every single one. I use Photoshop, I use Premiere, I use Audition, I have even used for work their HTML on my head, Dreamweaver. I've used Dreamweaver. I can find value in Illustrator and InDesign, but I don't really prefer them. Give me time, I'll probably get into things like Lightroom and Animate. I use their character animator. That's how I use my rig. Like, I use Adobe products. I do. I actually get use and value out of them. So, I've sold my soul. I'm going to get my value out of it. Hey, they have my pound of flesh. The least I can do is actually use it. And then maybe in the future at least be able to provide it to some... Well, actually, if I only have 2 licenses, I still can't. Back. Non-Photoshop specific backups, yeah. I mean, Krita, GIMP. Though, GIMP, I've been meaning to do this. I really want to make a dumb... I really want to make one of my dumb, like, desktop videos. I haven't done those in a long time. And the idea behind it is I'm like we're like getting ready to do something, like me and my friend, and I go, oh, okay, let me open this, and then I accidentally fat finger GIMP, and I go, oh geez, I accidentally opened GIMP, and then I just take that window, the loading window where GIMP is, and then I chroma key it to have the scene from the really long scene from Pulp Fiction with the guy coming out of the box and how long that takes, because that's how long it takes for GIMP to open, and just have him stand there and then have GIMP open for exactly 2 seconds and then close it. I really want to make that video. Because the one thing I did not like about GIMP is GIMP takes forever to open. It's really funny. No, not the programs, the actual artwork. Oh, fair. Oh yeah, no. Hours. I'm going too slow. Who cares? One thing you can't stand about Adobe. Yes, that is fair. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very much an apples kind of situation, right? Where it's like, hey, fellas? Hey, fellas? You can't just not let me have my stuff just because I don't have your program. So yeah, I mean, I save images. I export everything, usually, so totally fair. Yeah, the fact that, like, other programs can't utilize it very easily, like, it's not a good thing. I highly agree. just backups. Totally understandable. Trying to make animal artwork, you don't know how to draw animals? Well, only one way to learn. I didn't start drawing dinosaurs because I knew how to draw dinosaurs. I started drawing dinosaurs because I thought dinosaurs were cool. Who cares? Genuinely. This is always my genuine advice to anyone making anything. Who cares? You need to learn. You need to learn, and the best way to learn is doing it wrong. Just, if you really care about that element of like, man, but it's gonna look dumb. Genuinely care about that, and it's time to buckle up and study. That's my biggest advice, is to say, okay, now study the subject to try to figure out where you think you're going wrong with it. Otherwise, who cares? Some of my favorite ever pieces of artwork have been in the vain effort of, I didn't know how to draw this, so I just drew the best thing that I could think that it was, and at the very least, you'll get something absolutely hilarious. And that's a good thing. Like, that's not an insult. Make it funny. You don't know how to make it right, make it funny. I've seen some absolutely stellar bad drawings of horses that made me go, I love that drawing. Wanted to be one of the 4 boss animals, and you decided you're going to do the ostrich? Oh, nice! I still have not figured out how to deal with that goddamn kangaroo. I want to figure out how to get past the kangaroo door. I also don't know how to get past the wolf door. The wolf recess has to be somewhere in the wolf area, but I don't know where to find it. I found the snake recess, and it was in the lizard area. I was like, oh, okay, so it makes sense. So which means that the recess is somewhere in the dog area, but that's as far as I got. Don't worry, we might not even, like I said, I might not even do more Animal Well next time. If I do, I might do like a little bit, like maybe an hour, but I definitely have something in mind next that I'm like, why don't I do that? Because it's a game I've been wanting to beat. Specific detail there, beat. I have played it before, but I've never beaten it. The ostrich in that game is fun design-wise, by the way, so have fun with that. If nothing else, I would like this time to just be like many other things, just to be like, hey, let's just all chill out, work on things, vibe, listen to some good chill jams, maybe. At some point I'd be down to do like music streams where I'm making music. Something I am interested in. I have a song, in fact, that I want to really make, that I would actually really like to produce into possibly the stream and YouTube intro. I have an idea for it, even. I have a hit single in mind, so we'll see about that. It's very stupid. It's a song that I definitely don't want to just kind of like disappear from my work. It's one that I want to really be like a, hey, this was my foray into music. I'm really happy with how it came out. Definitely don't want it to just fall into obscurity. And I think it would be good specifically for me because it's kind of like a theme for the goddamn channel to really get you at least into an idea of, to at least give it, again, more identity, because identity is something that I value a lot in my work. I like, if nothing else, want to be recognizable, because I feel like I struggle a lot with feeling like some of my most outspoken work is not me, it's me embodying or exemplifying somebody else. And I want to be known for me. I want my own character, my own personality, my own identity in this space, and I want to be known for it. So I'm slowly but surely taking steps towards that. In so much that I'm just kind of willing and getting to the point and willing to just make things myself a little bit. Make music myself, make art myself. That's not to say that I can't and don't trust other people, it's just more of I don't have the means. I have the means to make something myself, not the means to have somebody else do it. It's the honest truth that I want to be able to change. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Support the stream. You're not just going to be supporting me. You will support my friends. I want to hire my friends, damn it, and I want to get to that point. That's the fight that I'm working on right now. Helping me means eventually I can get to the point that I can hire my friends, which is absolutely an end goal. My friends also deserve to work on stuff and things that they care about. Well, I'm still here. Feature I've never understood is YouTube asking whether or not you're still listening. YouTube, I will close the window. Granted, probably some people don't do that, but I will close the window. One of the things I really want to pull away from this piece specifically is actually studying Jin Ro's art style, because one thing I've really picked up on very quickly when I was like looking at it as a reference is they are able to make such good designs without actually using that many different colors. And it's not like they're using a lot of shading either. They just have very, 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 very good uses of graphic design in their character design. That's something I really want to embody here as both a reference to their art style and to, yeah. Which one would I draw? Probably either the lizard, because I like lizards. Kangaroo, because he's an asshole. That's actually hard to choose. I like all the animals. Capybara is not a boss. So you asked me the boss, but I'd draw the capybara. I feel like the capybara is an unfair answer. Everybody would draw the capybara. Capybara room is the best room in the game. I love the capybara room. I don't know if I would ever own a capybara. Certainly do want to believe that I would own a capybara. I want a hippo dog rat. Some people have rat dogs, but capybaras are dog rats. So chill too. I feel like they care about anything. Passive and peaceful way. It's also shaped like a heart. Capybara room is good. Only 2 hours later and I'm almost done with the graphics. By that I mean the matte. I'm only almost done with the matte graphics. I'm not done with the graphics. Look at all them graphics. Get your crayons out, we're coloring today. I actually kind of look forward to this because I'm going to be doing some stuff that I've never done before with the, like, kind of pant wrinkles. I have an idea of how I'm going to handle them. Oh. Almost done. Honestly, sake of consistency. Back to this for now, because I'm going to color over it. Wondering why I'm coloring outside the lines, it's because I'm kind of being messy on purpose. Sure that on some level I'm getting the right kind of like shape and stroke in. I'm gonna just color over that anyways. It's its own object, so I don't have to worry about. And it'll make for a more sharper image. A more sharper. Part of the problem is I'm coloring to the line, not over the line. Which will become its own issue. Really, this is going to be a test of my ability to limit the amount of lines that I use. Ideally, I want to use lines as few as possible. Considering that all the stuff you draw in 2D, would this be too hard of a project for my first major 3D drawing? Oh, I didn't know it was a 3D drawing. Interesting. No. There's no such thing as too difficult. Well, okay, with an asterisk. If it is too difficult, it doesn't mean you shouldn't still do it. It just means you will probably fail, but that's not a bad thing. That is not a bad thing. Use it as a learning tool. Be like, is this too hard? Maybe. Well, what can you do? Learn what you can do to try to discover what you need to learn better. You know? Like, do it wrong. Do it wrong. That's totally fine. That's totally acceptable. Do it incorrectly so that way you will know, okay, this is where I am limited in my own personal skill and what I need to learn to improve. And that is absolutely a good thing. Do that. Crud. Ah, jeez. Ah, beans. Ah, guys. I blue screened again. Wonder why that happens. I might have to look into that. I don't know why that happens. This is the second time this has happened. The fact that Adobe just crashes my computer. You're getting warm. It's probably a heat thing. Yeah, that's getting warm. Speaking of warm, I should check. I need to... My AC has a fun habit of turning itself off. I need to check to see if I'm not melting myself, including all of my stuff. Everything gets... Anyways, take a second. Damn it. Yep. Yes. Fruit. Stop at... No. There. Oh, there. That way it might be cooler in here and not 1,000,000,000 degrees. Alright, bear with me, everybody. Adobe, you can't just make my computer so hot that it dies. That's not good. It is really warm. I'm like feeling it right now. I'm like, ugh. Maybe I need to get one of those like elevated pads that allow the laptop to vent, because laptops are kind of bad. They're kind of poorly designed as platforms. Laptops. Ironically, very bad to be to have in your lap. Good idea. What if I do this? Good idea. I balance you. There. Did the thing that I'm doing. Should create more airflow. Bye guys, don't worry about my setup. It's totally professional. Boy, this even looks scary. Come on. You're secure. You're not going anywhere. I definitely have this in a way that's good. I mean, I definitely need to get a new laptop, that's for certain. What system interrupts you? Skype? Skype, why are you using so much? Team, why are you using so much memory? Come on. Sorry, everyone. The laptop suddenly died, so it's like, ugh. And now it's like running at 1,000 miles an hour, and it's like, please make it stop. Team. Alright, go away. Heck, nobody likes you. Heck, when was the last time anyone cared about you? Why Steve is open. This laptop. I don't play anything on it anymore. Okay. We're good now. I think we're good now, everybody. And hey, Adobe, the one good thing you're good at is making a lot of backups, because you know, unfortunately, your programs are gonna cause problems. I don't like this position. Need a little bit more space, and I can get a little bit closer and a little bit farther away. Just how I need to do it. Notched there, dang it. I'm doing something dangerous doesn't mean you have to move around that much. I'm using flat. Perfect. Very like that yet. This is something I'm really trying to capture a little bit better. Is like overlapping and overlayering. Granted, I'd be making 8,000 layers, but I really don't want to do that. To me, it's like too much to track. It would be too much to track for me. I would much rather be like, I would rather build it up or down. I really try to keep layering confined to as few layers as possible, because I will go crazy if I have that many layers. Oh no, they're white. God, I wish you could see the legs a little bit better. There we go. I just have to do that. Oh, they are white. Not it. I wonder if there's some kind of shortcut for... Interesting. Vectors will let you go off the... Huh. Wonder how that works. Pixels won't. Hope I'm not doing, like, I'm making a mistake here where I'm like, you're gonna do all this work and it's be like, oh, I'm sorry, you needed to flatten the image or something. And be like, no! Do I, like, have to convert it to a pixel layer or something? Bada, bada. Probably means that it won't even save the image correct if it's not a pixel layer. Ah. I've answered my own question. Or maybe not. I don't know. I haven't run into that yet. We'll get there together. Good as I'm almost done with the mat, actually. Almost. Oops. Sorry, clicking something on my end that I accidentally... Yeah. Only know if you try. You can only learn if you fail. And succeed. Remember, you learn from both. That's one thing that people always say that the best teacher is failure, and they're only half right. Best teacher is perseverance, personally. That's the best teacher. If you're going to learn something, you learn best when you challenge yourself. You learn from your success and failure. You learn what works and you learn what doesn't. That is my hot take. Perseverance is the true best teacher, not failure or success on their own. Learn a lot from both, also. That's another thing that I think people have to accept is you learn a lot from both. You learn different things from both. Not learn the same lessons from failure that you do from success. Have a sandwich. Have some tacos. Don't make me hungry. I've got my Gatorade-filled protein bar here. I had it yesterday, or Monday. It's actually pretty good, and it sated me for the whole time, so if I need food, I've got my... Honestly, this thing is really big, and I'm like, I don't even know if I need the whole thing. Monster like that. Go compliment my roommate on his mac and cheese. It was good. God. It was quite good. Added some kielbasa and a little bit more broccoli to it because it was there, but man, it was some good. Unfortunately, God, I couldn't just live on just mac and cheese. No, it was great. That just needs to be a sliver like that. Stop it! Vector layer. Alright, I've almost got the vector layer done. Good. Almost got the vector layer done, which is good. And I can just start polishing that. Probably make the gun a haven't decided yet. Let me see. I should probably. I'll outline that next, but actually, let's see how this looks so far. Yeah! Look at that! That vector actually looks really good! Yeah, that's working really well, actually. Holy shit. I was not expecting that to come out that good. I really wasn't expecting that to work that well. .43. Of course they called it the MG43, because they're nerds like me. Ow! Like the MG42. I like the MG42 a lot. Yeah, I'll make it darker. Very faintly darker. Just have that very faintly darker gray. Funny is the Gardic phone animation is also going to help apply to this because I've been getting a lot more discreet how I color things like this. It'd help a lot actually. kind of vector style is going to help a lot too. It also helped to make some straighter. Shapes. In better form too. Boxes that come. This is also kind of nice. What's funny is I think I had my laptop too far onto my desk. This actually is, one, a little bit better for my posture, a little bit better for my technique, and you could probably see my face cam a little bit easier. I'm no longer like down here all the time. It just looks scary. I just have my drawer kind of out, and it's just, my laptop's just kind of propped up on it, so that way it can get a little bit more airflow underneath it. I think it crashed because it got overheated, because it was really warm. This is just to get everything out and on it. This is just coloring. You're just coloring. Just coloring like it's a coloring book. That's not real art. You're damn right I am. There are lots of different ways to do artisanality. None of them are the correct way. The right way to do it is the way that makes you happy. Channeling my Bob Ross there. Makes you happy, it's the correct way to do your art. We're all what people? What people? I don't know. Weirdos. Weirdos. About the same. I didn't mean to change that. God bless me. Sorry. Time I play content warning, I need to get a clip of me sneezing and apologizing. Be real. Definitely want to play that game with more people. Apparently there's even a mod to get more than 4 people in it, which is fun. I definitely would want to try that too. That was spooky. Why did my... Headphones are now getting... Don't need these breaking on me. You've been very good, Bluetooth headphones. Don't start breaking on me now. Ah! Well, rip. It's in a better place. Your stomach. Hope so, anyways. Welcome back. I've been on the wrong kind of layer. I'm gonna be... Perfect. Hey! I think that's pretty much done. I make that barrel a little bit. Yeah. Ooh. Damn, that looks really cool, actually. I think that silhouette looks really good. Clean it up a little bit right now just because it's bugging me, but it looks really good. I think I made the right choice by going vector on this. I really hope my headphones aren't dying. That would be a damn shame. Claims that the batteries are fully charged, so it's not making funny noises. That looks good. That looks good. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make the cape a little bit darker. This is where I probably get into a little bit of fudgery. I know what to do.
The dreams. The dreams.
Down, merge down, merge down. Hell yes, that worked.
I remember my dreams.
Yeah, that's exactly what I gotta do.
The dreams.
Go back in that area. God damn it.
The dreams. The dreams.
That's what I gotta do. Kind of impressive how well that worked, too. Here comes the fun part where I have to clean up all my graphics. Which honestly should not be that bad. Now, what I gotta do, gotta get a darker cape. That's kind of neat. I like how I did that. Accents. Learned a good tip about art where if you have something behind, make it darker. Just like flatly. Start off, make it darker. I don't know why, but way to start doing that. Behind, look darker. I don't know why. Let's try this. Kind of working. Can it save time when it works? Color the wrong side. Oh, here we go. There should be a way to. There's a lock. Create an empty mask. Actually, there's a way to lock currency, but that's more of a Photoshop thing. I don't know if that has that here. It might not. It's fine. I can work with that. Would be super convenient, but it seems to like really struggle with it. Like it worked exactly when it worked, and then it stopped working. I was like, oh, come on, man. Gotta process filling, vector filling, gotta do math, art math sucks, gotta do art math. Hey, pretty good job. Wow, I really had to think about that, though. There we go. That's much better. Like, I might do a little bit there, but it should be darker. Cool. Yeah, that looks good so far. Oh. Start adding in that kind of gold line now. Hydrate bot. Hydrate bot. Nice. Hydrate bot. A lifesaver. I would not drink as much water if it was not for Twitch, actually. Which should get me to take better care of myself. I appreciate that, guys. Even if it's just a dumb joke sometimes, I appreciate that you get me to drink more water than I ever would. Honestly, it should be the other way, so actually. So that it meets there. Yeah, that's coming out really good. That came out really, really good, actually. Holy macaroni. Ain't that cool? Yeah, that looks good. Good as heck. So, is the question how to start outlining a certain thing. Starters. Just have to start cleaning up certain elements. That kind of emphasized. I've got like the cells. I think I've got the cells started. That's the thing. It's like, again, I got my mat, so now I have to work on the cells themselves. Which will take a little bit. I've got that done. Process here that's gonna take a lot of time. Kind of background stuff. Better.
Starting right now.
Now?
Sound was the weapon, all right?
What could it have been?
I don't know, but let's get out of here.
Up? Ah, I never thought about that. I just gotta work the opposite way. This is the thing I actually like about the vector art part, is I can't not be on the wrong layer the way that it thinks. Like, it actually prevents me from doing that, which is very good feat. Now I can just kind of clean up at my heart's content. Get everything the right shape and size. God damn it. Oh, ignore it. Ah, god damn it. You were a vector. You weren't a vector. I was lied to. That was a vector layer and it wasn't. This is actually something I learned working on all of that. This is a technique I kind of picked up with the watercolor. Is like that. Okay, I work on a layer if it's a little bit behind, and then I flatten it. Helped a lot, actually. This is actually really nice for being able to pick up on specific mixings of like that kind of stuff. On a vector, please. I don't want that. I have to trust that it will always go back. Other things I need to remember. This out in front. That white plate is out in front a little bit. Doesn't help that I have some weird muscle memory where I keep on hitting the B button, and then the B button in this program switches the brush, so I have to unlearn the muscle memory. Switches it to a different brush. It switches it to the last brush used, which is kind of obnoxious. Much. Oh, that's why I was on it. Wait, what? That was not the layer I meant to be. Okay. trying to get this. Make a line I want. There, that's what I wanted to do. The goal is going to be to have that kind of like a corona around everything, but not so dark as it's as dark as it is in the original reference image. I think corona is actually the right word. I've been using that word a lot. I don't know if it's the correct word. Again, not the virus. Crown. A crown around thing. Ideally. Maybe like that? Bunch of bits here, so scribble there. Back to that. Don't worry about this bit, guys. I'll come back to it. There-ish. And about like that. Ah. Yeah, no, this is coming along very, very nicely, actually. Fortunately, I might have to redo this. I think that yellow, that beige is a little bit too rich. Less saturated. That-ish. Okay. Now. Ah! Oh. Exactly how I expected that to fill in, so that real fast, and then we'll probably clean up the rest. One thing I've tried to come to learn is that sometimes if you have to redo something, that's fine. Don't lament about it, just do it. Don't worry about the fact that you had to redraw or redo something, just waste less time worrying about the fact that you didn't do it right the first time. Correct it. Wrong with having to correct it. What I should do is bounce a little bit back and forth between like the top and the bottom. Work my way to the middle. Bounce around a little bit, like clean up one area and then bounce to something else so that way I don't get burnt out on specific details too quickly. And just now we're at the polishing phase of this. Gotta polish it too. Nice, lovely shot. Now that I have all the experience I have with the vectors, I should start cleaning all this up real. Really, ultimately, this is what this is all about, is just work on things and making them towards, like, something specific, definitely. Honestly, that's a really nice way to be able to just be like, and then I don't worry about that area. That area fills itself in. Good way to kind of just fill in all the cracks. Yeah, that's coming out really, 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 really nice. Ooh, boy, that looks really good. Yeah, I think this is gonna be really, really good. Progress. 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 I'll never, 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 never not love Progress. Every time I do. Interesting. I think I know how I'm gonna handle this. Should look really, really good, actually. Actually, it will look good. Don't know if you know this, but I think it will actually look really good. What I mean by that? Don't ask what I mean by that. I mean, you didn't ask, just don't. I don't know what I mean by it. It should look good. It looks good. It looks good, and I'm happy that it looks good. I feel like I've continually done a very good job as of late, actually making maybe some of the best work, just like in blanket terminology of like all the stuff I've ever done recently. Might actually have to go back in this area. There's an area underneath the arm that isn't quite like that. This is the part where now that I'm coloring, that sketch really doesn't help me much anymore. Has its own proportions now that I need to follow. I'm trying to follow anyways. Get all these deep. Go up. It's gonna be a real pain. Like I said, I'm gonna save and like detail line work. I'm gonna like put it off as long as possible. Oh, I know. I was already on that layer. Perfect. See what happens. Fill faster. Fill faster. Perfect. Yeah. Exactly what I want. This will be the tough part, because I don't want this to look flat. How that works. It like cuts out behind, which is nice, actually. I don't know how it reconciles that, but I'm glad it does that way. Little touches. Be on the wrong, be on the right, god dang. And this is kind of like how I approach this kind of process, is like really trying to put a bit at a time. Thinking about the layers this way helps a lot to be able to cut down on some of that. Being able to overlap when I can like that helps actually a ton. Ooh, what a mess. Important for now is that I get this. I don't worry about. Clean with that stuff there than it is to try to do it right initially the first time. Anyways. Interesting that the erase tool also has that like paint inside certain things line. I don't know why that's there. Every time I make a mistake like that, it's annoying. Only annoying because I'm like, stop it. Stop it, I didn't mean to do that. And I'm sure there's actually probably a way more efficient way that I could. Or I'm starting to really like this vector art though. This is like coming out really nice. It's definitely coming out really clean. I really like it. Okay. Alright, I gotta do... Hope every... Bad luck. Exactly what I want. Wish there was a quick merge down button. That would be nice. I don't know what I hit. Wrong. Oh no, I'm seeing the background. Yeah, I'm seeing the background. Never mind. We're good. In fact, that's gonna bug me too much. brush. Brush good. Strong brush good. Done broken my own rules. Not that. But not that brush. I need vectors. Alright. Then I just need to fix this. This overlaps. There's like a flap. There's like a flap there that overlaps, and then this actually underneath. That a couple times. Boy, this is the fun part of cleanup is very long and very tedious. Okay. Better at this part. Patience stack part, but do it like willingly and I think efficiently is the right term. Certainly like well. In fact, I need to start working on those like face vents, because like this is the right shape. Lighter gray. Damn it. Always is the worst when you're on the wrong layer, the wrong thing. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Oh my god, it's already 2 o'clock. Well, maybe this will take one more week. We'll see. Hey, that just means that the thumbnail will change. That'll be fun. For everybody else out there, that the thumbnail will change every week until it's finished. The video is releasing today, so I'm excited for it. Monster Hunter, you've taught me the power of just eating rations. It sustains me. Man, that does look really cool. Yeah, this is gonna come out real nice. Perfect. Just have to muscle memory remember every single time that it will always default. It will always default back to the last brush you're using. Every time. That's about the same size actually. Good. That is, yeah. Quite good. I'm gonna just have a stream just dedicated to finishing the vector art of this At least I know how to do things like get the colors I need very quick. That helps a ton. And this is kind of working the way that I intended it to. Like, it's just about essentially trying to layer all of these polygons together until I get the thing. Actually, kind of what I was going for. Oh, I see. Ah, beans. Can't do what I wanted. Oh well, that's fine. Yeah. When in doubt, just do it the way that works anyways. Okay.
There's no memory left. I love you.
computer.
David and Ruth Laskin. Which one you want
Perfect.
to be? I prefer to be Ruth, but I can be flexible.
Perfect. Ish. Perfect-ish. Type tool. Start getting the sizes and shapes of things I actually want. Hell yeah, this is coming along really nice. This is coming along really, really nice. Oh, it looks good! Oh, it looks good! Ugh. Boy, my other monitor is so bad that you actually can't see the depth. I hope your monitor shows that depth. Because it's there, I swear. Nobody else can see what I'm seeing. Like kind of existential nightmare that I have when it comes to this, and anything that I make is I hope people do actually see what I see whenever I make something. Not because I think I'm like somehow even that much more insightful. I know I have a weird sense of humor and a weird sense of vision, and I hope that that comes through and that people appreciate it and see it as well. But I also know that making things and seeing things are completely personal and impersonal procedure that you cannot do on purpose. Nobody, I think, creates something that somebody else thus understands as well as the individual who made it. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but it is something that is hard to accept. Something as simple as perception can be very personalized, hard to deal with in a more pragmatic sense. To a certain extent, we all perceive things like time differently. Disturbing. Will say, definitely been very using this vector tool has been very enlightening, very educational. It's definitely helped a lot, and I'm definitely going to be applying a lot of the stuff I've learned today to a lot of my art in the future. And it's like, it is doing what I want it to, so I just have to learn to probably process it a little bit faster. That's fine. A little bit. There's sometimes a feature. I know Photoshop has this where if you, I believe, hit cap locks, you can actually see the outline of your brush. That's one thing I don't think that this program doesn't have. That I'm like, dang it, that'd be very nice. This is where it kind of becomes more of a painting game. This is a process that I've just kind of learned to accept a little bit. Spend a lot of time. You gotta spend a lot of time edging, okay? It's just a fact of the matter. How you get those crisp lines, man. Part of the process. How you get more shapes like this. there has to be a certain level of symmetry, especially because this is not... Symmetry is... You can kind of fudge symmetry with things that aren't, like, mechanical, because symmetry is not real. Symmetry isn't real in organic things. Symmetry is not very good. Things are not very symmetrical at a microscopic scale. But with, like, equipment and stuff, absolutely. We like symmetry. Like symmetry. So when we make something, we want to see it symmetrical. Depending. There's always conditions where, you know, that varies. There we go. Hell yeah. And I do think this helmet is coming out very, very nicely. This to come out a little bit farther, I think. That's a little bit better. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. I still probably have at least one, if not two streams worth of work on this to do, but, hey, again, the video will be out, and it'll just mean that the thumbnail will be mysteriously changing every single week. No reason for that. Hey, Silly Branch! Welcome! But I still got an hour left. Let's see what I can do in an hour. You got a cat. Her name is Lunatic, but Luna for short. I mean, that's an appropriate name for a cat. I don't know a better creature who would do nothing better than stare at the goddamn moon because it willed them to. My cat is... Battery. His name is Leon. His name is Leon. He wears socks and has no tail. I gotta say though, this is coming out really nice. Like really, really nice. Make fire buildings in the background? Well, unfortunately, and the only reason why I'm like, well, I can't, is because this is actually a direct reference to something. So the idea is I'm gonna have a fairly matte background, but the background is going to have the planet that this is actually for a video that this took place on, and it's actually a direct reference to some of the promotional art for Jinro Wolf Brigade. And I'm really happy how it came out. Like, this is like perfect. Almost. Like, this came out even better than I was expecting it to. And this is the first time I've ever tried vector art. That's how I'm doing the colors right now, is which, man, if I can perfect this and get faster at it, maybe I can get faster at animation, because I can see why this is good for animation, and it's still taking me forever. It's still taking me forever. This is not fast. I thought that this was gonna be faster, and it is faster, just not the way that I thought it was gonna be. Boys, how this goes, man. That's how art works, man. You think it's gonna take less time, and then it always takes more time than you expect it to. You expect, like, oh, it's just gonna be a fun animation about a bunch of guys racing, and then you spend 16 years working on it, and it's great. I didn't work on Redline. I'm just thinking that that's the mindset of the people who worked on Redline. That would be what my mindset would be if I worked on Redline, which is, oh yeah, this will be fun. And then 10 years later be like, and it came out great. If you have not seen Redline, please, please, please watch Redline. It is one of my favorite animated films of all time. It is a fantastic movie. Gorgeous, it's fun, the music's great, the art is great. Stupid in a lot of ways, and that's why I love it. And thank you, I appreciate that. I finally learned that I'm okay at art. And by that I mean more of like on a personal level. I feel like people have always like been like, wow, you're really good, and I'm like, thanks. And then I'm always just like, if only I could actually turn this into something. That's the dream. Boy, if only I was not just good at art, but people also were like, your art is really good. Please make more. Here, I'll help. But no, really. I can make a career out of this. That is a little bit Hail Mary, but fathomably Hail Mary throw that I'm going for here. You know what? Why not? Why not? Me? Good for all my friends. Hoping. Here's hoping, man. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Like, I feel like I've always gotten compliments on my artwork. I've just always been like, yeah, I'm pretty alright. Like, I feel like I could do some good stuff, but I don't have the patience or the time. And now I have both of those, and I'm like, go, 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 go. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. Like, actually, which is really nice. I know not everybody has that kind of... Not everyone can do that. Really worried what was going to happen there, actually. I did not know what. Right out of that. And that's a thing, I think a lot of artists go through that, no matter what. Like, one of the biggest hurdles that I've had to go through with like kind of a self-confidence thing is like seeing other artists on, at least from an outsider looking in as an artist, be like, wow, I wish I could be at least marginally successful compared to that. But all that I know is that they have a following. I don't know if that pays the bills. I don't know if that's sufficient. I don't know if they're in the same boat that I am, having to work constantly to barely get by from their perspective. Like, I don't know that. Very well could be the case. Oh. I try to keep that in perspective, that we're all in this wet bucket together. We're all, if you're an artist out there, an aspiring artist, I've been there, still am there some days. No. Trying to figure out how to make this work for me and not just a neat thing I do. I think is the hardest part that I never learned is how do I make the things I'm interested in actually work for me? And I'm slowly kind of figuring that out, but I definitely am like at the point in my life that I'm like, slow is not preferred right now. I definitely need to. I've been stamping that gas metal. That gas metal is gonna be completely plastered to the bottom of the car floor at the rate that I'm going, which is a good thing, kind of. It's a good thing, kind of, because, I mean, that's the struggle with this. Anyone who, if you ever ask, is like, how did you do it? You know, it's a lot of work. A lot of work. You're working all the time. You get to make your own hours, sure, but you actually have to commit those hours. And that's the thing I think a lot of people don't realize, that I was like, I want to be able to do this because I want to be able to work hours that work for me, but are still work hours. Like, you still have to do a significant amount of work. It's just you actually get to define it for yourself, but it doesn't mean that you get to do as little. Actually, it's quite the opposite. You're like, okay, I have to do as much as I can, and I can't stop all the time. Sometimes you just gotta keep working until it works. You know what? Like, at least I'm able to be able to do that right now, and I'm gonna try to do that as long as I can. You know? This is the first time I've had the opportunity to be able to do that, and it's immensely important and good, and I'm like, regardless of how this portion of my life turns out, I will probably always look back on it and be like, I am grateful that I at least had that chance. I had the chance, and right now, if I have the chance, I want to do everything I can to make that chance count. Is really my mindset right now, is can I pull this off? Can I do this? And I'm not worried about getting a no. I'm just worried about, if anything, I'm trying to keep the mindset of do not worry about it. Do not worry about whether or not you're going to win this, because if there's anything that's happened in my life that has made me go, well, there's just a certain point where you have to understand that you have to just try things until something sticks, until something just works. Once that happens, you're fine. Everything's fine. And if something goes wrong, well, I definitely have learned that. I guess I just gotta do something else. Do something else. That's fine. That's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. All that to say, I'm glad. I'm never gonna be... I am so thankful right now. Like, things are, in a lot of ways, very good. Like, very, very good. A lot of things are not so good, but I'm not quitting. Not quitting yet, anyways. I want to quit when I'm actually sick and tired of this, and it's been technically, if I think about like work, if I think about work that I've done, this is the work that I've done the most, that I've enjoyed. Ah, nuts! You can't kick me out. I'm doing important work. Arrowhead, I'm doing important work here. You can't kick me out. Go fast. My addendum to the concept of chase your dreams. Chase your dreams, but fight for them. You're gonna have to fight for them if they really matter to you. Your dreams matter, you make them matter. Nothing like that is ever given for free. You have to work for it, no matter who you are, what you do. It is worth working for. I think it is. Maybe I'm just trying to cope. It's just cope. Yeah, thanks for saying that you like my art. I think I'm pretty okay. My life has led me to believe that I'm good enough to make it. That's what matters. Hat is almost done. Honestly, I could probably take a break from Hat and do something else for a while. Now I need to start that. Oh, put more. Start getting those lines in there. That looks really good. Again, the goal is to not oversaturate too much. Like, I'm trying to get the base down, and then I might, like, do, for example, here, I want it to mainly be, like, try something. This is a test. I do want it to be darker in the front. Yeah, I can do something like this, maybe? Darken everything? Darker? Yeah, this will look really good. And then probably the visor. The visor I'm gonna like leave kind of like more glowy. But yeah, I want it to like contrast a lot. But I want it to still be, I don't want it to be as dark as the reference image. The reference image is not that. The reference image is much, 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 much darker. This I want to be more like just subtle. In fact, here's what you do. Here's what we do. We probably just all over it, get in there. Actually, first off, start merging these. Stressing me out. So, we're just gonna darken everything, right? Darken it all. Darken it, darken it, darken it, darken it, darken it. But it has to be consistent. It has to be consistent. It can't be... I have to have it be one same matte, right? So everything is dark and that has to be its own layer, right? We do that. Go back. Start erasing. This is just kind of a test. This will be its own layer. In fact, I don't need to... That zoomed out. Oh, I'm dumb. I could make it even... I could do something even easier than that. I could... I know what I need to do. One more time, this time with feeling. So, what we're gonna do... delete this layer. New layer. Vector layer. The layer properties. Layer opacity. About 32%. Get the color black. Get the color black. And now what we've done here is made just a shadow layer that no matter what I do, I just have to work with black, but it will always be that opacity no matter what. Now, I can go at it to my heart's content. Do the opposite I was doing. This is kind of the nice thing, is once you like start picking up on skills like this, you can start like experimenting with stuff like this to get more variety, a better understanding of like how to do and add certain things. And without having to constantly redraw and stuff, like that's a part that helps too a lot. That's gonna make a huge difference. Boy, I feel like a big goober for not having thought of that sooner. Now I can do stuff like that. And again, the idea is that you're just gonna barely outline certain things. Then I'll be able to go back in with an eraser or the black vector tool and create shadows where I need them to be, and yeah, no, this will look good. And then I can make it as dark as I need to. Really get that contrast in there. And I can hide it just to be able to do the other detail work. Aggravation. Gun, I need to also add a white highlight since it's... Then yeah, I can just go to town. Yes, I'm still listening. God damn it. Be able to do stuff like that. Yeah, that will look really, really good too. It'll be something like this. And that's just a drop shadow that's going to be on top of everything, regardless of what the actual shading does. All I have to do then is shade the underneath part and then clean up this drop shadow. Yeah, that's gonna look really good. Yeah, that's gonna look really, really good. A little bit more wraparound. So yeah, that'll be its own part. That'll be its own part to have to do. Whoa, that looks really cool though. That looks really good. Really, really good. Jeez, I was not expecting that to come out that good. So that'll be its own thing. But for now, I need to focus on the actual shape. But yeah, that'll really drop the shadow on it, and then probably maybe even a little darker. Yeah! Oh, that's cool! Oh, that's perfect! Oh, that is good! Ugh. Sorry, I have to go change my pants. No, really, that looks really good. Holy shit, I was not expecting that to look that good immediately. Like, it's not finished! That's not done! That is not done! That looks really good! This is just me screwing around. This is where this is going to benefit. Pop it exactly where I need it to. Oh, hypothetical, by the way. This is not... I'm not ready for this part. I'm not ready for this part of the project. This is gonna look damn good. Everybody, this is gonna look real good. I think. Kind of experimenting here. I'm gonna have to experiment with that, but this is gonna look really good. This is gonna look really goddamn good if I continue on this path. Like, that's like perfect. And again, like, if it's a little bit too much, I can always just fiddle with it. Also a couple of different... Nope, not that. Burn, darker color. Lighten. Thing, screen. Ugh. Soft light, hard light. Even light. Light. Yeah, that's dope. And again, This is just for this is just for testing. I'm not gonna do this right now. This is something completely different later that I'm gonna do later when I've finished this part. Which isn't done. That came out phenomenally. I was not expecting that to look that good. Burger glue. You're still in there. I was like, oh no, Helldivers 2 is probably mad at me. There's okay, so this has to be on top. So I need to do it the other direction. And brain, use your brain, use your brain. Well, sometimes to use my brain. Like how clean this art comes out. Good. Okay, now I have to take that dark blue. Okay, that's not what I want. I want to just make that another blue. Not what I'm going. Because all the same color blue. I just need to make it actually a shadow for it. That's it. That's all. Like that. Ah, shit. I thought it was on a new layer. I'm a fool. That. Fact, all I need to do now is just figure out how to legs. So, first off, got more in there. Bite, give me a 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 bite. that there's a little bit difference. Maybe this might be actually too dark. How close to two? Yeah, I'm just gonna have to do it this way. Interesting. Not how I expected to have to reconcile that. Reconciling? Here we are, reconciling. I mean, it makes sense. It's wrapping around, so it's got to be behind. Now, were you on this layer? That'll be interesting. I'll have to figure out how to deal with that. There we go. I like that. Yeah, I like that. Which means I actually have to go up here and probably reverse these. Maybe. We'll see. Ideally, what I would want... That's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult to like, kind of go to. Huh? Yeah, that makes sense, actually. I think on the other side, too. I think it makes sense. Good. Oh, that looks good. And this wrinkle will actually be really easy to make. Alright. Boop. Easiest wrinkle I think I've ever done. Uh-oh, I don't know what layer I'm on. That. My references. How much do I want to get in there, but how? Just gotta get in there and get in there. Ah, that's the eraser. The other one. Yeah, that's coming out really, 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 really good. Boy, I can really feel setting in. Oh boy. Hey, this was really good progress today. I feel like I really got some good work. Again, this is all in the effort that I shouldn't use more colors than I need. I'm not going to. I refuse. Probably should have made this a little bit darker, actually. This area. And a little bit thinner. Try not to dwell too much on those, like, minor details that I don't think anyone's ever had. As far as I know. Maybe you will, but you have to be really looking for it. Find it. Congratulations. You've earned looking at it and being annoyed by it. Things like that are just gonna drive you mad. Like they drive me crazy. Man. Yeah, that's coming out really good, and then with this... Oh, that's gonna look so nice when it's finished. Yeah, I'll be able to go in and, like... Why do I do this to myself? Not important. It is important, but it's something I shouldn't do right now. It should be the last finishing touch. Really good. Curiosity can't help itself. Boy, that's gonna look so damn good. Yeah, that's gonna look really goddamn good when I start, like, get it in there and getting that drop shadow finished. That's gonna look real good. I'll be able to go in and, like, add a bunch of detail stuff. Oh man, that's gonna look good. And heck, I bet I could even, like, make it a different color or hue if I wanted to. Help it. I get distracted easily. Oh, I see what's happening. Yeah, that's gonna come out really good. Really good. It's gonna look... Holy shit, that's gonna look good. Oh, fuck, this is definitely gonna take more time. Ah, beans, my ambitions have struck me in the ass again! Oh! My least favorite. Ambition. Hey, at least I have the time for ambition for now. Here's hoping. Here's hoping I can keep it. Have the time for ambition. That's always the tough part. Nope, it's 3:06. So, here's what we're gonna do. As promised, give me one moment. As promised, I will go ahead. And after this, the video will be available on YouTube and Twitch. On my YouTube page and just on Twitch. I don't think Twitch will get that mad. It's fine, probably. We'll see. But stick around, and I'll show you what everybody. This is the premiere, and it'll be available in about an hour, or it'll release at 6 o'clock. I wanted to give myself some time to put any finishing touches and see if I could get the artwork done. Which I couldn't quite get the artwork done, but goddamn, did I get close? Goddamn, did I get close? I would say. Goddamn, did I get close, and it looks real good. It really does. I think I might even post, like, this version and be like, it ain't done, but it's getting there. Holy crap. Holy moly, I can be a real artist too! Look! I'm a real big boy artist now! Maybe.
I don't think we're gonna get it.
Yeah, stop. Stop that. Alright, everybody. So, this is the video. This will be available at 6 o'clock on YouTube and somewhere between now and 6 on Twitch. I'm going to put the final touches on it, and then we'll be back again at about 6:30. So, why did that happen? Not what I was expecting at all. Oh, look, my head is covering my head. You can't even see the whole thing. Perfect. Bad program. All right, everybody. Try something actually. I need to select that window. What happens if I do this? Anything? Anything? Nope, didn't work that way. Okay. Then you'll just have to look at this scariness for a second. There's nothing there. I just need to do this, and we'll be ready. So, bye, everybody.
I don't think we're gonna get it.
Yeah, we gotta be more aggressive then. Them's not fight words.
I think we failed like the last 4 major orders.
What about here?
Do that. I'm gonna do machine gun pack and this and that. So that last run was quite good. That last run was quite good. God, I got some good shots of a lot of bullets. That one where I cleared out like an entire freaking an entire patrol without aiming. Don't aim with the machine gun more. Not because it's always effective, but because it makes you feel cool. Game has great hip fire. People should do it more. Especially, listen, I'm just trying to get my Jinro Wolf Brigade clip, which honestly, if I'm gonna do that, I need to wear the armor that looks the most Jinro next time. Maybe that's what I need to do. That's why I keep on using the machine gun the way that I am. Pushing that artillery. Oh, there's a door here too. Door here. Reload anyways. You too! Door! That is bad. Ah, shit! Sorry, man! I'll be fine in here! Here, buddy, for family values.
Adios, everyone.
Fuck! Finally, he's down. Oh my god, he lived! motherfucker! Goodbye! I'm alive! Ah! Good armor, guys. This is getting bad. Making sure we're getting a lot. Alright.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Door stuck.
Extraction complete.
Nice.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
No! You survived! So much shooting. So much shooting. Why so much shooting? I'm a little covered. I think I'm a little covered in oil. And blood. Only almost 3,000 shots fired? Boy. Really need to bump them numbers up. I really need to bump them numbers up.
Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
God.
I really just like how
damn.
the site's audio is exactly the same as the heavy machine guns. Where's the machine guns?
And there you have it, folks. God, that was so fun to make. That video was so much fun to make. Oh, I see what was happening. That's stupid. Oh, that's silly. Alright. Well, I'm gonna call it there. We'll be back in a bit. So, thank you for joining, everybody. Hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go on back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to an Instagram, a Facebook, a Twitter, and a Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to, and just generally, you can come hang out with the rest of the community there. It's a good time on the Discord. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community there, and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience, and we appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to hashtag with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people can find more of the good stuff we do here. Also, stick around to the very end. We usually do a bit of a closing bit, and we do raid after every stream, so that way the Daywalkers in our chat can keep watching. Just make sure to everyone else out there to go unlock your doors and windows, because it's no longer lunchtime for Daywalkers. And as always, a huge thank you to everyone who supports the stream and all of our subscribers. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you. We thank you. If you wish to see your name added to this list, as well as a couple of the benefits you can get, you could subscribe directly on Twitch or check out the Patreon page. It'll show you everything that you can get. Oh, and let me check out the Patreon page here. Oh my god, that's my system is. That'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. And thank you to Ahmad to do a wonderful job of holding back the robot army and preventing me from becoming famous. Get through housekeeping, and then I have to go do a bunch of stuff, and then be back here in a bit. So make sure to check out the rest of our friends, Virtual Boys, Corvus Scripted, Crowcast TV, Talking Soul, Downtown Voice Acting, and Blue XP. Virtual Boys is James and Arthur. They were doing co-op games or multiplayer games on Twitch. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. He's like, I want to get in your lap. Do it. Stuff, bud. Check out Corvus Scripted. They're another VTuber. That's Ren's channel, and they usually do cozy games or spooky games. Crowcast TV is Tara's channel, and she's another artist who does fantastic art, who does live art when she's available to do it on Twitch. Talking Skull is Sean's YouTube, where he's done video essays on video games that are super good. Downtown Voice Acting is Jackson's voice acting channel, where we've done voice acting with him on YouTube and Twitch. UXB is Zaka's channel. She usually does horror games and multiplayer games. And me, as I said earlier, you can find the rest of my stuff on that link tree, such as a VOD channel for the Twitch, as well as a YouTube for my own videos, an ArtStation for my art, and a SoundCloud for all my music. Go check everybody out. Goblin Entertainment. Alright. Stick around. We're actually going to go head over to Mino. He's streaming, or they're streaming right now. Some kind of Zelda. We'll head over to them. Otherwise, have a good afternoon. Take it easy. I'll be back. I'll be back, everybody. Got to go and make steak. Excited for that. Ow. My hands. My body. My soul. Boy, this is gonna take a while, isn't it?